Good morning, everyone. Let me know how you guys are doing today. I am really excited to be here on this kind of cozy. I'm claiming this that it's a fall. It's a fall morning, so I have my orange and my green. I've got my cozy sweater on, and I'm excited to get some reading done today. So let me know what you guys are going to get up to. What are your plans today? Is this going to be productivity sprints for you, or are you planning on reading as well? What are you reading? Let me know. I have 3 books that I am going to be, I think maybe my plan is to spend, because I'll do 3 sprints today. I think my plan is to spend 1 sprint with each of the books. So I have The Bitter Twins, which I'm reading with Kirsten over at Reading Nymph. This is a reread for me. And we've read the first book a couple of months ago. We're reading this one now, and then we'll read the third one, which is Poison Song, in December. So I'll actually be able to finish this book by the end of the year, which I'm very excited about. So it's one of the books. And then I'll also be reading The Witch's Guide to Magical Innkeeping, which I am about 42% of the way into. It's very cute. I'm enjoying myself. And then I started The Night Guest this morning because I wanted something kind of spooky, on the spookier side of autumn, to read today as well. So I think I'm going to start with The Bitter Twins, and then and the other 2 sprints, I'll listen to the other ones. Bitter Twins is a physical read, and the other 2 are audio. So yeah, let's see who's here today. Good morning, Anne. How are you doing? I hope you're well. Hello, Kate. How are you? And Ellen or Yelena is here. How are you? And Beatrice, all the friends. Lucina's here. Happy Sunday. It finally feels like fall here, so I'm happy. Me too. This weekend, it started to cool back down. We had like a brief bit of cold weather in the middle of the summer, and then it got hot again, and now it's getting cooler. So I'm excited. Trying to get another video ready for October. Amazing. And then I'll only be missing 2 vlogs. You can do it. Hello, Kat. Welcome. Finishing up your video. Well, thank you for watching. Is it the ranking video? I had fun with that. I didn't realize. Um, I was kind of like down whenever I started watching that video, or not watching, filming that video, because I was like, man, I haven't had very many like new releases this year that are great. And then I got to my top 5 and I was like, actually, these are some of my favorites. So I have had a good reading year. It's just, I think that I also had some disappointments in some new releases. So currently reading Magic Binds and putting together a new bookshelf. Oh, amazing. The room for new books. Gotta love that. I think I'll combine productivity and reading with an audiobook of Roadside Picnic. Lovely. What type of story is that? It sounds kind of cozy. Going to be taking a break from life and reading Murder on the Orient Express. I started it yesterday and I'm really enjoying it. I love how you said take a break from life. I'm just going to sit and enjoy some reading, and all of the life stuff can wait. I love it. I'm glad that you're enjoying Murder on the Orient Express. I need to get back to Christie. I keep saying that. And actually, fall is the perfect season to pick up some mysteries. So I might do that next month. Maybe I'll put some Christie on my TBR. I'll be reading some of Empire of Storms and writing a Goodreads review. Amazing. Are you like almost caught up? I know that we talked about this a couple Sundays ago, that you had a few that you were still working on. So maybe you're getting towards the end of your list. Hello, Lena. Trying to finish Starling House. How are you liking it? That's one that I want to give a try. I've never actually read any. That's Alex E. Harrow, right? I've never read any of their works. I do have. What's the new release that's going to come out? I think it comes out, is it this month or next month? The Everlasting, that's on my TBR. So it's definitely one that I want to get to at some point. But Starling House has like, I don't know, just based on the cover, it's got kind of gothic vibes, which I'm work for me when they work for me. And then it is kind of hit or miss, but I don't know. I want to give it a try. Spring starts here today and it's rainy and cold and I love it. Well, I love that you love the weather. I like the kind of with fall, which obviously you're on the other side, but with fall, I like the brisk mornings and it kind of warms up throughout the day. That's like my favorite weather. And of course, I love the rain. So I'm glad that you're enjoying the weather. Good morning, Tennille. Welcome. The ranking video, so many exciting books. I want to read that. I want to read that. I also want to read that. Well, hopefully, on the lower end of the rankings, maybe I took some books off of your TBR, but I'm glad to be able to hype up some good books. Good morning, Nadeem. Welcome. I love putting together, well, I love the end product of having like new bookshelves. And so putting them together is always just very fun to see. Are you going to film that, Julie? You'll have to let us know if you're filming putting your bookshelf together. Oh my gosh, I just remembered today is the first day of fall. Oh my goodness, it is. I didn't even pay attention to that. I swear that's not what was my intention whenever I put up my fall theme stuff. I was just, wishing it into being. That's hilarious. It is the first day of fall. Hello, Hillary. Welcome. Good morning. Roadside Picnic is classic sci-fi. Interesting. By Arkady and Boris Strugatsky. Kind of philosophical so far. I've heard it compared to Jeff Vandermeer. Ooh, I'm going to star this comment and I'm going to come back to this because it sounds interesting. I read Annihilation by Jeff Vandermeer, and I think I've given up on that series, but I like the vibe. I think I wanted a little bit more, not necessarily information, but I don't know, something about it just didn't pull me back into the story or like make me want to keep going. But I did like the eeriness, the kind of creepy things that are happening, and the the mental aspect of being in those characters' minds as things are going down. So I do like that type of sci-fi. Currently reading The Secret of Secrets by Dan Brown. I hope you're enjoying it. 5 left to write. You're so close. You could do it. Hopefully, there are books that you've enjoyed. Maybe those are, I think, easier to write. I don't know. Maybe the ones that you hate are easier to write. But for me, it's easier to write the ones that I love. You need to join us in the Manor Book Club. I do. That's the reason I started with Christy. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where I want to go, like what I want to do next. Because I've read um, the murder, the mysterious affair at Styles. Is that what the title is? I think it was her first published work. I've read that one, and I've read the first Tommy and Tuppence book, which I can't remember the title of. And so I don't know if I want to read a Miss Marple next to kind of get like all of her, you know, character like infamous characters that people know, or if I want to just pop in to like just another random location in Christie. So I haven't decided what I want to do. That's why I haven't joined in the book club, because I'm being indecisive about where I want to go with Christie's canon next. Currently reading a YA horror, The Honeys. That's on my list, and I've been a little nervous about it because of the fact that it's YA, but I've heard really good things. It's my last read for Horror Bingo, which I'm so proud of myself for completing. Horror is officially my second most read genre this year. Oh my goodness. Congratulations. That's amazing. I've really gotten away from horror this year, and it kind of makes me sad. I've been within the last 3 days, I bet I've picked up 10 different horror books and put them down because I just wasn't feeling them. And I think I'm picking up the wrong ones because, uh, long story short, I was supposed to read Blood on Your Tongue this month, and Libby had something happen, and they essentially took my hold back, and so I had to go back to the back of the line, and I don't have that book anymore. And so I was trying to find a horror novel to replace it, but I'm having to pick up the ones that are currently available. And I think that some of them just are probably not my taste. But The Honeys is on my list. Starling House is fun so far. Not a 5-star. I picked it up for the gothic vibes, and but not as much as I thought. Interesting. But it's also tropey in a fun way, and it reads almost like YA to me. Interesting. I kind of like a tropey horror book. I think, and I know it's not horror. Sorry, a tropey like gothic book. I think that they can be they can they go well together. I am filming a bit, but I turned off the camera to fight with the bookshelf a little. I understand this. When I put together the one that's in the background, I filmed a little bit of it to put in my, um, like, my video about, like, reorganizing my shelves and things, and, it's a lot because it's already kind of complicated to put together, a big piece of furniture, and then you're having to, like, organize where the camera goes and how long do you wanna have it on, and yeah, I understand. Hoping to work on the to-do list and switch between Masquerade and Lottie, part of the fantasy novella series, and the Apothecary Diaries, which is a manga, and a perilous undertaking. Amazing. Those all sound like amazing titles. I love the Apothecary Diaries specifically. I feel like I would enjoy. I feel like a perilous undertaking. Hold on. Side note. Why do I know that title? Oh, okay. That's why, because it's the second book in the Veronica Speedwell series. I haven't moved on with that one yet because I read A Curious Beginning, for Tar, and I haven't moved on with it yet. You'll have to let me know what you think of the second book. Good morning, Natalie. I'm in the middle of a bunch of books, but odds are I will drop them all to pick up my hold that just came in for the the book that held her heart. I'm not ready for it to be over. I'm waiting on this book, and that book's it's currently, like, available soon, and yeah, I have a feeling that I'm gonna do the same thing whenever it comes in, because I wanna read it really bad. I hope that it's good. I hope that the ending is it's worth the wait, and it's worth, like, finishing, the series because it can be sad to, like, let go of a story, for sure. Thank you. I was sitting there, I'm like, "Why does" the Mysterious Affair at Styles? I get that mixed up with The Affair of the Mysterious Letter, which is a fantasy mystery series that I've been meaning to read. I've only been reading Poirot so far, but I need to try the other series. I really like Tommy and Tuppence. I think that they're very fun. Uh, Definitely different, but I just find Christie's writing to be very calming. I love it as a nighttime read, like as my bedtime read. I have one 4-star, one ooh, my comments jumped. One 4.5, two 5 stars, and one DNF. I find the DNFs easier to write because I usually have a specific reason. That's interesting. I I guess if it's a specific reason, I think sometimes it depends on because sometimes I DNF a book just because 'cause I'm not feeling it, and I think those are hard to write because 'cause I'm like, I mean, do I just say I'm not vibing? But I do agree when you have like maybe a specific scene or a writing style or a theme that popped up, that you don't appreciate, that makes sense. We are 450 from Paddington. That's a Marple. Ooh, when is that? Hmm. Oh, you guys already read it though. I guess I could read it and then just pop into the channel and comment as I read it. That's true. I'd be up to buddy read the first Miss Marple if you want to. Oh, I'd love that. Yeah, hit me up on Discord. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out when we wanna read it. I didn't care too much about Veronica Speedwell 1, but I'm giving it another try. Tennille, I agree. I didn't hate it by any means. I just kinda thought it was but I didn't know if it was because I was reading it during TAR. Like, when I'm reading in a big readathon like that, I feel like sometimes my brain doesn't absorb books in a way that it would if I was just, casually reading a book, and so I was gonna continue it as well to see if it wasn't me or if it's the series in general. Like I said, I didn't hate it, but if the second book feels like the first book for me, I probably won't continue the series because I have other series that I'm more excited about. Doesn't feel too young so far, 20% in. I'm impressed with the writing, to be honest. I've been pretty meh with YA horror I tried this year, so my expectations were low, and that might be impacting my impression. Yeah, for sure. Have you tried so I don't like I mean, I don't like typically YA stories either or books that feel YA. Um, but I really enjoyed The Bad Ones. I can't remember who it's by. It's on my shelves, but I think it's because I like the folklore behind the story. And it was YA, like some of the relationships between the characters are definitely younger leaning, but it didn't bother me in that book. But yeah, YA is definitely something that I've learned hasn't worked for me in recent past. I think you would like Masquerade and Lodi, or rather the series it's in. It's The World of the Five Gods. Oh, okay, I'm starring this. I think that this is on my TBR, The World of the Five Gods. I just haven't gotten to it yet, but I'll double check to make sure that it's on my Goodreads so I don't forget about it. These are novellas following a character named Penrick and their fun adventures. I love a novella series. I like novellas themselves, if they're standalones, are sometimes disappointing for me because I don't have enough time with the characters. But if I can get a novella series where I can live with the characters for a little bit, I think that's perfect. So I'll have to look at it to make sure that I'll have to make sure that my library has it too. I feel like Lois McAllister, is it Bejeweled? I feel like I've looked up the author before. I'll do it during the sprint and make sure that my library has them, but it's definitely something I'm interested in reading. I enjoy that they're short and they also keep my attention. Yep. I read 21 horror books this year, considering only started reading horror last year. I'm impressed. I'm impressed too. Still not sure what my taste is in general, but it's been fun to try new things. You'll have to let me know, Yelena, what your favorites are, because I've been in a little bit of a horror slump and I would like to get myself out of it, especially with spooky season around the corner. I desperately want to read horror that I enjoy. I am enjoying The Night Guest. So that one's kind of piqued my interest a little bit, but the ones that I picked up, and I shouldn't have done that. I picked up a couple of short story collections, like The Dark Tales by Shirley Jackson, which was fine, but I think when I pick up short story collections, I almost need to I wish, one, I had them physically, and I wish that I could just read, like, one short story and then leave it for, like, a couple weeks and then come back and read another short story, and when I have them from my library, I don't feel like I can do that. But I picked up that. I picked up The House Where Death Lives and read a couple of, and those are short stories as well, and they were fine. Um, I picked up The Paleontologist, and I wasn't into it. And then I picked up, um, it's a Catriona Ward, The Looking Glass Sound, and my brain wasn't wasn't with that either. I mean, I picked up so many books within the last couple days that it just didn't work for me. So horror needs some wins for me. I think I gave the first Veronica Speedwell 2 stars. Felt very meh about it, but it's been a couple of years, so I don't remember. Yeah, I think I rated it 3. It was like a 3 or a 3.5. I'm gonna be continuing with Sun Eater: Kingdoms of Death, so incredibly good, but also very, very dark. I love the Sun Eater series. I'm actually restarting this series, Anne, because I got to the 3rd book and I had waited so long to pick up the 3rd book that I had forgotten what had happened. Empire of Silence was my favorite book back in, I think it was 2022. So I'm excited to get back into the series. I really like it. Then again, I don't care about the romance, and that seems to be what everyone loves about it. You know, that could be why I didn't enjoy it. Yeah, let me know. I think that'll be fun. Read The Clown in the Cornfield and The House of Hollows this year, and both have been upper 3 stars. Clown in the Cornfield, is that the one that was supposed to be funny? Or was it just quirky? I remember that I can see the, the cover of it. And House of Hollows has been on my list, but that's YA, isn't it? I really enjoyed Lucky Day by Chuck Tingle, but it's absurd. Leandra is reading that right now, and hearing her talk about it makes me wanna read it. I don't know if it'll be for me, but I love so, like, I just recently read The Library at Hellbore, and it is absurdly gory and fast-paced and just I just thought it was a great time. But I understand why people wouldn't like it because it's not I feel like some of it is convoluted and, like, at the end, I was kind of confused, but I really enjoyed it. So absurd horror does sometimes work for me. Just depends on the type of absurdism. I read the 3 novels first, and they help with all the world building, but supposedly it's okay to start with Penrick. Interesting. It's just that the world isn't fleshed out yet. That makes sense. So, like, if you're okay with just kind of bebopping along and, realizing that you're not gonna understand everything as until, you've gathered all of the context clues. Yeah. I like books that you can do that with, though, that you can start as a series reader, that's not something that I typically do. I do typically read them, in order, but I do like books that you could kind of hop around with. It's kind of what I've enjoyed about the mystery, getting into mysteries. Like you can pick up a mystery series, a lot of them. You can pick up a mystery series anywhere in the series and still be okay. Good morning. Reading like 8,000 books. So going to wait until spread starts and pick what I'm reading based on vibes. I love this, Ashley. I relate. Of my top reads, I would recommend This Wretched Valley. I've read it and I really did enjoy it. Hunger Stone was pretty good, and The Library at Helpor you also already read. Okay, so Hunger Stone, I feel like let me look this up real quick. I feel like that was that a book that Kirsten mentioned? Yes, I remember this cover because the cover is beautiful. Okay, I'll add that to my list. We'll see how long the hold is at my library. I picked up The Dead Children's Playground by James Cain for spooky season for its cover. Interesting. The Dead Children's Playground. I love the title. Ooh, and the cover is creepy. I love a creepy kid. Yeah, creepy kids are definitely something I look for in spooky season. You'll have to let me know, Jim, if you enjoy it. Have you finished it? Because you said you picked it up. You have to let me know if you enjoyed it. Those 2 are YA, but both were pretty good, but I struggled with the characters and endings kinda wrapped up quickly. Yeah. If you're enjoying the story, though, I don't mind. I mean, it's not gonna be a 5-star, obviously, if I don't enjoy the ending, but if it's a book that I enjoy, the majority of it and it kind of falls flat at the end, I could be okay with that. Okay, you'll be reading in October. I'll look at it on the sprint and see if the premise intrigues me. The cover and the title definitely are intriguing. Okay, all. I am going to go on our first sprint. We're gonna do hour-long sprints like we typically do. So, go about doing productive things, reading whatever you need to get done today, and I will see you guys in an hour. Welcome back, everyone. Let me know how that sprint was for you. I did focus on the Bitter Twins this sprint, and I got 30 pages read. And I think I'm supposed to read, I think 20 or maybe 30 more pages today. I'll have to check. But I think in the next sprint, I will switch books. I have one more page before I get to the end of a chapter, so I'll finish that little page and then I'll move on to another book. But let's see how you guys did. I didn't mark where we ended. I think we ended here. Coda, hi friend. Welcome. It's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. And Courtney is here. Hello, Courtney. About to work out. Here in the background, unfortunately, I have no audiobook to keep me company. Oh no. Maybe you'll have some like good music or something to keep you company. Good morning, Christina. And yes, this is a reminder I definitely need. I know I have not done this well today. I need to maybe I'll do that in the next sprint. I'll make myself some tea. Start off fall right. Good morning, Leandra. Just in time for the next chat. Yay. Love it. Good morning, Jen. It's fantastic. Cool, drizzy day here in Portland. Just what I want for the first day of fall. Speaking of tea, I'll be drinking a lot of tea today for sure. I did get another shipment of the Birds and Blends tea. So I still have I think my favorite is still the pumpkin pie. I think it's called pumpkin pie spice. It's a black tea. But I also am trying they have a coconut chai masala tea, which is pretty good. I love a good cup or cups of tea. My type of people. Wrote one review and watched some YouTube. Lovely. Kirsten's here. Hello, Kirsten. Hope you're having a good day. I hope you are as well. Let us know what you're up to. Hope everyone's having a good Sunday. Yeah, it's been pretty good so far. Pretty chill. I think with the next sprint, I need to maybe make a to-do list for the day because I've been pretty chill this morning. I've just been focusing on reading and relaxing, which is important, but I know I need to get some house cleaning today. I would like to go to the store today, but that's probably not going to happen. Just if I'm being honest with myself, but I could at least get some tidying done around the house while I'm listening to an audiobook. So that's probably in the cards. Then I need to make lunch, maybe on the next sprint. I don't know. It'll either be on the next sprint or the sprint after. But yeah, Sunday's been good so far for me. Hope it's been for you as well. It ended up just being a productivity sprint. I got sidetracked working on a readathon TBR. Hey, I love that. That's amazing. Which readathon? Hello to everyone who just came in. Yes, welcome everyone. Read a few chapters more, about 60% in. Very intrigued. Love to see it. Read 4 different books during the sprint. The ADHD is ADHDing. I love this. Did you enjoy any of them, Ashley? Or was it like your brain was just not clicking with them, or you just needed to focus on several different things? Hopefully it was that you were enjoying all of them. Reading short stories by Maupassant. Read Howlett and Son. 1 story left in the book. Amazing. You're almost done. I finished setting up the bookshelf. Yes. I feel like Edna from The Incredibles. I won. What a good reference. Edna mode. But I've also listened to a good chunk of my audiobook. Amazing. Another hour into Sun Eater. It looks like about 9.5 hours left. And I just finished with a pair of socks I've been knitting. Aw, fantastic. I love that pastime. Things are swell. Yes, long time. Hope the same for you. Yeah, it's good to see you. I'm still waiting on When the Wolf Comes Home. I think the last time I checked, I had 6 weeks. So I'm so mad at Libby. It's done that to me twice now. Not with that book, but with a different book. I think I will work on Tour de France today. Hope you keep enjoying it. Yes, hooray for pumpkin season. Made it to page 70 of Masquerade and Lottie and listened to 2 chapters of Perilous Undertaking. You got a lot done. You're topped off for fall then. I am. I'm so relieved that they're getting enough American orders that they figured out all the new stuff, new duty stuff. Yeah, have they? So I got my order right before they stopped shipping to the United States for a little bit, and I got like their little notification saying like we're gonna pause for a minute to figure things out. And I haven't looked back at their channel to see, or not their channel, but their website to see if they've um, started shipping again. But I was like, when I got their notification while my stuff was still in the mail, and so I was like, "Are they not gonna ship me my tea? Like, I need my tea for fall." But yeah, I did end up getting it. I got a whole bunch of caffeine-free teas as well, but those were the 2 that I got that were, um, caffeinated and that I got a lot of. The others I just kind of got, like, not samples, but, like, their smallest portions. The banana pudding chai, which is a caffeine-free, like, rooibos tea is actually really good too. I'm a little sad that I didn't get more of my apple strudel tea because I kinda miss it. I shall be cooking potatoes to go with the Sunday meat on the next sprint. Love a good meat and potato meal, very cozy for fall. Read 2 chapters and then spent some time with the family. Amazing. It's for the Long Walk readathon and the Bookish Drummer and the chapter conundrum created based on the Stephen King and Richard Bachman novel. Huh. I'll have to look that up. I hadn't heard of that readathon. I've heard of the Long Walk, but I didn't know there was a readathon that was inspired by it. Yes, congrats, Julie, on your new bookshelf. And yes, you have all the new glorious book space. You should take a picture as you fill the shelf up. I don't know if you already have like books that are intended for that bookshelf or it's just supposed to be extra space, but it would be fun to see the progression of how long it takes to fill a new bookshelf. I think that would be fun. One book is heavy poetry book, incredible but so heavy. Oop, my comments jumped. And one book was beautiful called Beneath the Moon that was super short fairy tales from all cultures with beautiful illustrations. They need to illustrate more adult books. I want some picture books, like for like larger books. I just think it's fun to be able to see what the author intended and like what an artist can help bring to life. I just think it's very fun. I know it's expensive, but very excited to move things around. Love it. Uh, highly recommend that one. Oop. Another was a chapter of On Tyranny, which is so great but scary, and then a chapter of the romance to break it all up. That's why I'm reading the actually, I can put up that graphic now because I think that's what I'm gonna focus on the next sprint. That's why I'm reading this, Witch's Guide to Magical Innkeeping, because I want to kind of break it up, break up, like, the spooky reads that I'm reading. I'm just not having a good time with with the spooky reads that I've been picking up. I have a pear strudel tea. That sounds delicious. I the apple strudel tea was it's very interesting how they made I would love to see, like I'd love to be a fly on the wall as they create, like, the recipes for, like, what herbs go into the teas to give them certain flavors, because I swear the apple strudel tea, you have, like, it's an aftertaste of the crust of what you would have, like, the crumble crust that you would have. It's delicious. They have reopened. Okay, good. Duty is going to add an additional 10% to the cost. This is one of the happy luxuries in life, though, so worth it for me. Yeah, I 100% agree. I will continue to be buying from them because their tea is fantastic. Actually, it was funny, someone, recommended me there's a company that's in the United States that makes different teas, and they had heard good things about them, and so they sent me the web address, and it's so I'm sure that they have great tea. I don't remember the company's name at this point, but they are so limited on the types of teas that they make and the flavors that they make, 'cause I've really liked rooibos. I've learned that that's probably my favorite, like, non-caffeinated tea. And then I've grown to enjoy black teas, and they had a whole bunch of black tea, but it was, like, minuscule in comparison to Birds and Blends, so I am happy that they're delivering to the US again. As much as I adore Beneath the Moon, I wish the stories were longer. I still highly recommend. I know that's my problem with novellas a lot of times, especially if it's a novella that I really love, is I just want more of it. Watch back your opening chat and agree with the first Miss Marple murder at the vicarage would be an excellent next Christie. Yee! I'm excited. Charles Dickens books had illustrations. Did they? I didn't know that. I love that. I just think that's one of the reasons I enjoy some of the special editions I've gotten, and I don't purchase many of them, but I love to be able to see the art come to life. Like, it's fun to imagine things on your own, but to get, like, an artist's perspective on what's happening, I really have enjoyed, Stormlight Archive has some illustrations because Shalon, one of the characters, is an artist and likes to draw, and Sanderson has talked about how he directed the artist on, like, changing certain things, like, they would do mock-ups, and he would adjust things depending on what his vision was, and I just think that process is so cool. Hope you find a good spooky read soon. I have been enjoying, The Night Guest. I do think that I'm gonna like it, so I think I might go back. This morning I read, like, the first 40 minutes. It's only a 3-hour audiobook, and I read the first 40 minutes, and I think I missed a couple of things, and so I wanna go back and reread that because it's such a short book, and I am enjoying it, so hopefully that one will be a win for me. Yeah, we were talking in the first chatty bit about the fact that I haven't continued with Christy, and I think it was Luisino was saying that I should join the Manor with Christy in the book club, and I haven't yet because I've been so indecisive about which Christy I want to do next, and I've read well, you know what I've read, but like the Mysterious Affair at Styles, and then one of the Tommy and Tuppence books. And so I was thinking it would be nice to kind of my third book to be a Miss Marple, since I haven't gotten to see that infamous character in Christie's canon. I think it would be fun. So I think Luisina and I are gonna buddy read Murder at the Vicarage. Read Way of the Kings earlier this month, and I think they skipped the drawings and the mass market copies. Oh no. I had a trade paperback for book 1, but mass market for book 2. That's sad. I wonder if they can't fit in the mass. I mean, they just have to resize them. Yeah, that's upsetting because I do think that they do add a lot to the story. I wonder if you could get them online, like on his website, if he has any of the art on his website. And Dragonsteel, I think, dragonsteel.com. That's a bummer. I am reading The Night Guest. I have had such a bad time recently picking up horror novels. Like, within the last 2 or 3 days, I've picked up, like, I mean, I bet it's been like 10 different horror novels, and just none of them were clicking with me. And that one had been on my TBR, and it was one that popped up on Libby. It was one that I suspend or unsuspended, which we need to talk about that, friends. If you guys use Libby, I guess that was something that was an update that they did. I don't know if they did it everywhere, but my Libby no longer allows you to, like, push holds back to a specific day. You can just suspend your hold or unsuspend your hold. There's no, like, borrow it later or borrow it next, which is a little frustrating. But anyway, The Night Guest is one that I had unsuspended and it just popped up. So it was good. Good timing. Finished Blood Over Brighthaven, gave it 5 stars. I liked how she managed all the themes, the character development, the different choices, the writing. It worked for me. I was really pleasantly surprised with Blood Over Brighthaven because I did not enjoy Sword of Kaigen. So I was a little scared to pick up another M.L. Wong, but I am glad that I did because I did enjoy that story. I also really liked the ending of the book. I liked the choices that the author made. Yes. Hooray for a 5-star. Really craving a good police procedural right now, but I don't know what book I should read to scratch that itch. I would not be a good person for this, so maybe someone in the comments could help you out. I don't read a lot of police procedurals, but maybe we have someone that could give you a good recommendation. The Night Guest was great. I've enjoyed it so far. I really have. So I'm a little worried because I know that there's animal death on in the book, but I think that it will be one that I can manage. So we've already mentioned some of the neighborhood cats, and so I'm a little but I think it'll be okay. Worked for me too, but subtle, and I'm okay with that. Yeah, or not subtle. Yes, I agree. I do think that it's a little heavy-handed when it comes to messaging. We've had this conversation before. It is good to have books that are not so subtle with their messaging, just so more people understand the message, but I do prefer a subtle story. But that one, yeah, it worked for me. Yeah, I'm upset by this change. I don't understand it. I'm essentially gonna have to create a list of the books that I have on hold and when I wanna read them and make sure that I go in and unsuspend them in time for me to get them because I don't it was easier for me to be like, "Okay, if I want a book in October and I know it's a popular read, I know that a whole bunch of people are on the waiting list for it," I would probably put it to where it would unsuspend, like, in the middle of September. And or not unsuspend, but, like, I would move it to where I don't wanna get it until the middle of September. And now I'm gonna have to do that manually, which is frustrating. I mean, first world problems, but it is still an annoyance. That's on my TBR, but I keep kicking it down the road. I relate to this so much, Ian. There's so many books that I just keep putting off. You can only suspend for a year as well. Yep. Yeah, you have to pay attention to how many suspensions you've had. I think all the Libby did that. It's more vague on scheduling, but maybe we'll figure out how it works after a while. Yeah, I'm sure that we'll adapt. It's just frustrating for the time being, and I have to go back in and see, like, because a lot of the books that I had, delivered later and pushed them to a specific date. I don't remember what date I pushed them to because I might, have been planning. I had some books in there for November and December, and I'm gonna have to go back and like figure out like which books which books I was intending to read when. Trying 10 different books in 3 days sounds like a lot. I feel like I don't wanna say I was in a reading slump. I think I was in a horror slump. Like, I just couldn't find something that interests me, and I tried to pick up more and more books, and I just kept not caring. And I have books that I'm enjoying. Like, I'm really liking my buddy read for The Bitter Twins, the A Magic or Witch's Guide to Magical Innkeeping has been really sweet, but I don't wanna rush through those books, and so I'm trying to find something to read along with it. And, it's spooky season, so I wanna read some horror novels, but they just weren't working for me. Dublin Squad series by Tana French, really enjoyed The Secret Place. Police procedural, there you go. I didn't wanna put Leander on the spot, but that's who I was hinting at, like, I think there is someone in the comments who could give a police procedural recommendation." Totally agree, to Neil, the messaging was not subtle at all, but I think she managed things really well overall. Yeah, I agree. Means you can't suspend it until a couple weeks before a readathon and hope you get it. Yep. Once you unsuspend, you have to take it right. No, I think you can suspend it again. Um, at least I have. Now, whether or not that stays the case, if I lose a book in the process of doing something like that, I will be mad again. But I have had to do that. I unsuspended, um, I think it was Isles of the Emberdark. Did I end up borrowing that? I thought I resuspended it. But yeah, I think there was a book that I ended up resuspending it. Yeah. It is so convenient. Yeah, it's definitely like, it's worth having. I'm just frustrated at the change. Ooh, another recommendation, Dazzle and Pascal books for police procedural. You guys coming in clutch. At the same time, our provincial library cut hoopla borrowers too, so fewer chances for adapting to readathon prompts all around. Yeah, and that really sucks. Like, if you're wanting to borrow 4 readathons for prompts that depending on the readathon, you don't have the prompts ahead of time. Like, it's nice to have a bunch of books to choose from. But you also don't want them. I don't know how long your guys' libraries allow you to keep books, but if I do an audiobook, my library only lets me keep it for 21 days. So if I get at the beginning of the month for a readathon, if I don't read it, if the prompt comes in at the end of the month, then I mean, I almost have to like stagger the holds that I get for readathons like that. My library app, you can schedule your holds, but you can only have 2 holds at a time. So it kind of defeats the purpose. Yeah. That sucks. I have heard so that's different in a lot of different places. Um, my library system, because it's such a big library system, I'm allowed 50 holds. But most people that I've talked to, it's like 20 and under, depending on like their library system. So that stinks. I've been in a horror slump for most of the year. Weirdly, the genre has not been attractive to me, especially new releases compared to last year. I would agree with that. I think it's less appealing. There's less that I'm interested in. Tana French is always a good choice. I need to read a Tana French. I've DNF'd one of her books, but I need to give her another try because I think it might have just been the time that I picked it up. Okay, you can suspend again. Thank you for confirming. I was thinking maybe Tana French or a Scandinavian one. Yeah. We have a super long wait, so I hope it only counts 365 days of suspension, not the wait list. I think it does. It's you can suspend it for 365 days. I think Libby change was made to move things through quicker to help libraries not have to license more copies. Providing stuff is so expensive for libraries, so I'm open to changes if that helps. Yeah, and I'm almost positive that my library probably put out a reason for the change, or that Libby put out a reason for the change. I have heard that there are libraries that are struggling because people will put stuff on hold for and suspend it for a year, and then when the book loses popularity, you still have it suspended, and so then they're keeping a book for you when no one else is reading it. And I don't know the logistics, I don't know the background, of what libraries do for all of that, but yeah, I mean, I get it. If it helps our libraries, I'm game. My assumption is that the deliver later option was getting out of hand from Libby's perspective, making wait lists look huge. Yeah, probably. Yay, I'm glad that you have some Rex, Cat. UDNF's the one I rated the lowest. Well, that's good. That's good to know. My library also recently changed the max holds from 50 to 15, which has been trickier as a mood reader. Yes, to get what I want when I want. To be fair, 30 holds for me. Yeah, I am so spoiled. Like I totally this yes, to be fair, I am very spoiled. So this is just me griping at being inconvenienced, but I will figure it out. It will be fine. Mostly just wish they'd communicated the change better. It feels like they just dropped it in. Yeah, I agree. Almost recommended The Laughing Policeman, Cat. Another recommendation. Our library literally said it's because so many people are using the library, so they had to cut services. I wish they could get the government grant or something. It's one for the whole province. Yeah, it would be nice if our libraries were supported a little bit more, especially because it provides a service for so many people. The amount of money the library saves me every year is absolutely ludicrous. I think it was it The Hunter? I don't remember now. The suspension temporarily removes you from the wait list while keeping your place recorded, because mine will say second line still, but I'm not officially in queue until I unsuspend. In the Woods, that's what it was. Yes. I was gonna say, I can't remember. I remember I know I can picture the cover, but I don't remember the title. This is good to know. Um, that makes sense that it would take you out of the wait, like, it would take you out of, like, everyone else's purview, but it still saves, like, where you would be in line in the background. That's interesting. A lot of books are super long waits at our library, so we have to put them on hold way in advance. So we normally use up the holds pretty quickly. Yeah. Especially if it's like I mean, it just depends on the book, because even older releases can have really long wait lines, but especially if you have something that's come out recently, like in this year, and it just gets more and more popular, you can't, like, if you don't put a hold and you're like, well, I'll just wait until everyone's done reading it, you're just going to be waiting because the hold just continues to get longer and longer and longer, especially if the book gains in popularity. I had a friend who read that years ago and was frustrated with the end, that she won't read French again. Oh no. The Way of Kings was a year and 3 months, but not all of them are over a year. Yeah, so that one, because of how big Sanderson is, I imagine, yeah, his especially the beginning of the series, I would imagine, like, Way of Kings, and then what's the first Mistborn? The final is it the Final Empire is the first Mistborn? I bet those have long wait lists just because of how many people know him. So, it's sad. It's definitely something that we have to work around, and it stinks when you have to wait that long for a book, especially if you are reading a series like that. I don't know how many of his, like, Stormlight Archives have that long of a wait, but if you're reading the first one, when do you put the hold on the second one? Because you have to figure out when am I gonna be done with the first one, and do I wanna start the second one immediately, or do I wanna have multiple months wait? I mean, there's just a lot of variables there. I'm not gonna try these names. The solution didn't age well because the psychology and crime studies has progressed, but it's a great, dark, and intricate police procedural. Huh. Well, there you go. Well, friends, we are in time for our next sprint. So yeah, I think going to be switching. I'll read the one page of the Bitter Twins, and then I'm going to switch to A Witch's Guide to Magical Innkeeping. Because at the time, I might actually cook lunch in this sprint. We'll see. I don't. Maybe I can't. I don't think I have any meat thawed. Well, whatever. I'll either cook lunch or prepare for cooking lunch for next time, but I'll definitely get some checklists in and then some tidying around the house. So I won't be on camera as much as I was in the last sprint, but I'll be around. So go and do something productive, guys. Take care of yourselves, get yourselves a snack, and I'll see you guys in an hour. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Let me know how that sprint treated you. I finished the chapter in Bitter Twins, and then I got to 54% in A Witch's Guide to Magical Innkeeping. And guys, I just freaking love this book. I forgot how much I loved the Very Secret or the irregular the ser- very they what was it? The Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches, I think is what the first book was. And I rated that book 5 stars. Um and I just remember having like warm, cozy vibes during the entire time. And this one I think is better than that one. It's so good. The found family vibes are strong. And I really love like all the representation in the book. I think that it's got disability rep. There's also an autistic character. There's like family trauma as well, like people having to deal with and heal from um, just really bad life circumstances and shitty people just in general. I just I really love it. So I think I'm glad that I'm reading this now because I think it's reminding me because I have the Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches on my to buy list, but as books, I always, well, don't always, but I leave books on my to buy list for a little bit of time, to let kind of the feelings kind of ebb a little bit before I make my decision on whether or not I really want to purchase it for my collection. I really do think I do because I just think these books, it's such a good palate cleanser, but in like the best way, if that makes sense. Like I I can feel my brain kind of like releasing stress as I'm reading this book, and it's just fantastic. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox, but it's fantastic if you like cozy kind of found family vibes. I really I love it. We did have Katie join us during that sprint. Hello, Katie. I hope you're doing well. It's been a minute since we've talked, so you'll have to let me know. How's life? Ashley read a short story and then a chapter from On Tyranny. Not the easiest read these days. Yeah. Well, and hopefully if you can read, like you said, you're reading a short story and then a chapter, it can give you a little bit of a break. Yeah, I am. It's just I love it. It's good. And there's a actually you can see him on the cover of I know you guys can't see what I'm pointing at, but like on the cover of A Witch's Guide to Magical Innkeeping, down at the bottom, kind of where her feet are with the fox, if you go directly across the sidewalk, there's a skeletal chicken. And he's not like a huge character, but I just think it's funny. Made it to the third part, and answers must be coming soon. Well, I hope you enjoy the answers. Made it to 40% in roadside picnic while cleaning the kitchen, starting laundry, and I'm feeling productive. Amazing. I guess I should say that too. I cleaned the kitchen during that sprint. So I got like dishes put away and got the floor cleaned, the dining room table, put some laundry away. So I was very productive in that sprint as well. I'm glad that you were too. Finished. Yay. Did you enjoy it, Jim? I know they're short stories. So like did you have a favorite short story and then what was your like overall rating for the anthology? I think that you're going to love it. I can't remember what you rated the Very Secret Society. You'll have to remind me. Finished Masquerade in Lodi and read a chapter of A Perilous Undertaking. Wonderful. Lots of progress made. Funny because I've watched a couple of adaptations and I only vaguely remember the resolution. I do this all the time. I do this even like with rereading. There are certain books that the resolution just doesn't stick with me, but I still enjoy rereading them. So I hope that's a good thing for you that you're like, okay, I think that this might be what happens. I hope that you're still surprised and still enjoy it. Made breakfast and tea and read a bit of The Death on the Downbeat, a 1938 mystery reprint from the British Library. Wonderful. I also made myself some tea. After we talked about the apple strudel tea, I just couldn't help it. So that's what I have with me. You're always reading some interesting historical books, Jen. Classics, I guess, if you will. I think I wanna give A Witch's Guide: Magically in Keeping a go, even though I only gave the first book 3 stars. It was nice, but again, not a favorite. I'm just not having a good reading year. Oh, no. Well, I will tell you that I do think that this book, although I don't think the last book did either. So, I don't know the reason, like, as far as the 3-star rating for the first book. I think that this book focuses less on the, like, quote, unquote, "romance." Like, I'm 54% of the way in, and there's not been any, like, there have been, like, people hinting about, like, "Hey, you guys should, there's I don't know, I can see, like, people forming an opinion about what should happen, but nothing has actually happened. So, it's definitely not romance heavy. It's gonna be a subplot for sure. It's more focused on the characters' found family and feeling comfortable where they are and finding a place where they can be happy. So, maybe you'll like it. Maybe it'll surprise you and it'll be better than, I think it's better than the first one, but I also love the first one, so I'm probably not a good judge. Release of brain stress is important. Glad you're enjoying. Yeah, it's great. Good fun, Courtney. You took a walk. That sounds lovely. I need to do that today. I'm hoping the high today is only 80 degrees, which is funny because, I'm drinking hot tea and it's warm outside, but I'm pretending that it's a cool, brisk day. It's a little cooler than it has been, so that's good. But a walk is in store for me, probably in the evening though. I hope your walk was good. My whole family read both The Very Secret Society and A Witch's Guide, and we all really liked them. I love that. A family book. I'm continuing with The Kingdoms of Death. Christopher Riccio's writing is so compelling. Please check trigger warnings for this one. I can't emphasize enough how dark it is. I thought that about, I think it's the second book. Something happens in the second book that I was like, whoa, I did not expect that. But yeah, I agree. I do like his writing. The family guests went home in that sprint. I needed some time to chill, so put some potatoes on, or podcast, not potatoes, podcast on to relax. Gonna pick up my book once I finish the episode. What podcast are you listening to, Yelena? 4-star for the anthology. The highlight story was the title story, Femme Fatale. Good. 4 stars for an anthology. I don't know if you typically enjoy anthologies, Jim. I struggle with short story collections, but every once in a while I'll find one that I really enjoy. Gave a regular, which is 4 stars. It was a delight. Love it. I'm happy that you enjoyed it. I wonder what your rate. I'll be interested to know what your rating is of this book if you think it's better, since you have somewhere to go from a 4-star. Maybe this one would be a 5-star, or a higher 4-star. My cat decided to be naughty, which means he gets wound up and wants to take it out on me. Oh no. So he's in a timeout in the bathroom to calm down. Does this mean he, like, attacks you? Like, play attacks you? What does this mean, Jen? I need details. When Andy does this, he, like, does, like, zoomies around the house, but he doesn't usually take it out on me. That's funny. Definitely happens to me a lot with mysteries. I almost never remember who did it. Yeah, I feel this. That's kind of fun, though. It's kind of brilliant for your brain to do that because it's like clean slate. Like, you can reread this book and you're still gonna be surprised at the end. Victoria is here. Hello. I just woke up, so I'm not reading or productive right now, but I wanted to say hi. Well, I'm glad that you're here. Yeah, do your, morning routine, get ready. Happy to have you here. The chocolate digestive, a black tea. I got a sample of this. I haven't tried it yet, but it sounds delicious. Current morning favorite. Lovely. Now I have an e-arc entitled F Mary Kill, which is a comic book or comic look at dating apps. Huh. Ramona, the female main character, is a 30-year-old who has been dumped and starts exploring dating apps and making spreadsheets. It sounds interesting. Oh, here, there's more. She collects red flags like they're Pokemons. Sounds hilarious. That is one thing I will say I enjoy about the Witch's Guide is that both of the main characters are in their 30s. I think the main character, Sarah Swan, is 30, and then Luke, one of the other main characters, is 34. I do like having characters in their 30s. That's good to know. I think I just found it predictable and also didn't get super attached to the characters, which is important to me. Yeah, I can see that. I do think I think you'll like Posey in this book. I'm not gonna say more than that. But there's a character named Posey I think you'll enjoy. Weather is nice outside. I wanna sit out and read. That sounds lovely. Lovely day. Then again, nice enough books are still good to have. They are. It is. It's an incredible tone shift. I love that. Potatoes are also a great way to relax. I agree. Just got home from the gym. It's time for lunch, and I'll be picking up book 4 in the Wayward Children series. Wonderful. We'll be in the same place then, Hillary, because I think I'm on book 5. And that's one of the things I would like to I don't know that I want to complete the series by the end of the year, but I would like to make it a little bit further in that series because I have enjoyed my time so far. I have a very eclectic reading taste and like to explore outside my comfort zone, historical fiction and police procedurals. I love it. I love the variety. Keeps things, kicking. Like you never know what to expect. I think that's great. Hello, Julia. I've been playing Borderlands 4 with my partner all morning. Lunch break right now. Lovely. Well, thanks for joining us. It's good to see you. Sounds like a fun book. It does. I'd like to see a show based on that. It would be fun adapted for sure. And they could do like, they could do a season of it, and like an episode could be like the different dating apps or the different dates that she goes on. I think it'll be fun. That would be fun. He'll start trying to nip at me and jump at my head. Luckily, he's a very specific meow that comes or that sounds completely different from any of his other noises. So it's a good warning. I once had a cat that would nip when you were petting her. Like she would get to the point where it was like little love nips where I don't know if she was done because she would stick around, but she would like almost peck at you with bites. She liked to bite my mom's hair. She'd get behind my mom and cuddle up like around her shoulders and then she'd bite at my mom's hair. But I've never had a cat like get really wound up and then start nipping. Little turd. Started the 3rd Emily Wilds last night. It's like 20 pages in so far, but I already don't want it to end. That's my favorite in the series. I hope you have a fun time with it. You could always reread it if you want to revisit the characters. He's mostly such a good boy and very sweet, but he has these occasional times of being a poop. I understand this. Oh, I'm typing now. Now the video is back. Can you guys see me and hear me? Something just happened. I want to make sure that everything's good. Okay. I'm seeing it's frozen. It's back. Okay. I don't know what happened. Oh, the sound's gone. Hmm. What about now? I did not freeze the timer. Or Okay. I think I'm back. I'm not gonna test the waters, but we're gonna go on a sprint so I can troubleshoot what's happening. I'm so sorry, guys, but I'll be back in an hour and I'll be in the chat if you guys have anything else that you want to say prior to the sprint. But I'll see you guys in an hour. Hopefully everything is good, but I'll check some things on you know during the time that I'm away. But anyway, happy reading, happy productivity. I'll see you guys in an hour. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from our last sprint. Let me know how you guys did. I'm hoping that everything will work just fine in this sprint. I couldn't find a reason for what happened. So it must have just been my internet. I know StreamYard was alerting me that my connection was unstable, but everything else was working fine. So I'm not sure. So during that sprint, I got to chapter 56, which is 75% of the way through The Night Guest. And I am really liking it. It's really creepy. Thinking as far as current rating goes, I probably give it in the 4-star range, which is good for a short little horror novella. So yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out what other scary, like spooky season books I can read after this one, because I will definitely finish this one within the next hour. But yeah, it's been good. If you guys haven't heard of it, definitely check trigger warnings if you are interested in it. But it's about a woman who's essentially she keeps not sleeping very well, and she realizes it just doesn't feel right. Like she wakes up and she's really sore. She ends up getting like an Apple Watch or like a smartwatch or whatever it is wearing it, and realizes that she's actually moving in the night. And so you're following her trying to figure out why, and definitely descends into chaos a little bit, which has been fun. I like psychological um like fever dream, like when you're trying to figure out whether or not the character is really understands what's happening or if it's something else. So I'm having a good time so far. Halfway through the reread of the Apothecary Diaries manga, volume 1, and got to 17% of A Peerless Undertaking. Lovely progress today, Tennille. I thought I was going to read once I finished my podcast episode, but then I saw Becca's new video in my inbox and said my book can wait. I understand. I also got beef barley stew in the pressure cooker. I love barley stew. I haven't had it since my great grandmother passed. She made like a vegetable barley stew. I think it was barley. I'm pretty sure. Um, yeah, it's really good. So it's a very cozy meal. I hope it's delicious. Read 40 pages and got to 83% in Endless Beach. Wonderful. It does. It's intriguing and kind of mind maddening, like you're trying to figure out this thing with her. It's very, very tense. I definitely feel for her, and I think the part I really enjoy about it is you do know, like, with sleep deprivation, her feeling like she's not getting enough sleep because stuff is happening in the night, you know, that that can also mess with your mind, and so that's the piece where you're like, "Is it real? Is it not real?" And I'm enjoying it. I think it's fun. Uh, I read, yay! I finished another short story from Bog Hog or Bog I was gonna say Bog Hog, Bog Hag. I hope you enjoyed it. Oop, my comments jumped. Up to 55% in Roadside Picnic now. It's pretty short, so I'll definitely finish today. Yay! Yeah, thanks for being here, Christina. I appreciate it. And yes, absolutely, guys, take care of yourselves. Make sure and hydrate. Absolutely. Glad to hear you also enjoyed Night Guest. I got it on Leandra's Rec. Um, is that the publisher? HRCYED has translated books as a challenge. Oh no, okay. Has a challenge, so there is a high chance that I get to it soon. What's HRCYED? Is that a am I not grasping? I'm sure that it's something that I probably should know what that acronym is. But yeah, I'm glad that it's on a challenge because I do think I forgot that it was translated. It is translated. There we go. Hardest reading challenge you'll ever do. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. I did not. I was not aware of that acronym. So I'm glad that you guys came in for me. But yeah, that's exciting. Um, Lots of good translations, but I would not I did know going into this that it was a translated book, but as I've been reading it, it's definitely not something other than the names. Um, I don't think that I would have caught it, that it was a translated work, but it is very good. Switched out the mini potatoes with carrot chunks this time, trying to switch up the nutrient proportions, and we'll see how it goes. Fingers crossed. I love carrots in like a stew though. They like just soak up all the juices. I mean, so do potatoes, but carrots are good too. A little bit of a sweet treat in your savory stew. For more sprinty and readathon information, yes, go check out the spreadsheet for sure. Gave The Night Guest 4.5 stars. It's definitely trippy, especially chapters that get shorter and the narrator loses her grip on reality. I've noticed that within the past probably 30 minutes of listening. There have been little chapters that are just a sentence, which I do like. I like her kind of coming in and checking in and being like, what the heck? Like, what's happening? This is what I need to do. I've enjoyed it. It's good. Yeah, thanks for being here, Tennille. I appreciate it. So I didn't realize this is a yearly reading challenge. I'll have to check it out next year. That's fun. Got cleaned up, prepared the shopping list. Need to leave in a minute for my Pilates class. So I hope you have a good day, Jen. Thanks for being here. Some of these stories are crazy. There's a warning in the intro that it gets darker and spicier as it goes. So stop when you feel uncomfortable. I love that, though, that you can kind of go and, go to your heart's content and then stop. You made it back. Yay. You have 2 left. Amazing, Christina. The translator is, oh, yes, Mary Robinette Cowell, which is the author of The Spare Man, right? I love that. It would be interesting to read like one of her books back to back with one of her translations. That's so fun. Thanks for being here, Jen. So lovely to see you and everyone. Hope you all have a great rest of your Sunday. Yes, indeed. And that is it, friends. We are at the end of sprints. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate it. The hardest reading challenge you'll ever do, Christina did just post. So if you guys need that, check it out. Yeah, thanks for being here. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I think that's amazing. Making those connections. That's so fun. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad that you've brought it into our lives, Leandra. Very good. Yeah, thanks for being here, Astrid. I appreciate it. It's been fun. So I hope you guys have a good rest of your weekend. Take care of yourselves. Take, some rest throughout the rest of the weekend. Don't just fill it with to-dos. And I will see you guys around the internet somewhere. I'll see you next time. Bye.